Tonight, we'll explore together one of the most enchanting mysteries that has ever graced the wizarding world: the forgotten spells that once danced through the very foundations of magic itself. These are not the grand, dramatic incantations of battle or the flashy charms that light up the night sky, but rather the quiet, profound magic that whispers through ancient texts and sleeps peacefully in dusty library corners, waiting patiently for the right moment to reveal its secrets. Imagine the Hogwarts library on a particularly serene evening in late autumn. The tall windows are painted with the soft, amber glow of sunset, casting long, warm shadows between the towering shelves that seem to stretch endlessly toward the vaulted ceiling. The air carries the comforting scent of aged parchment and leather. Bindings, mixed with just a hint of the vanilla candles that float gently overhead, their flames flickering in a slow, hypnotic rhythm that seems to match the very heartbeat of the castle itself. The library is unusually quiet tonight, even for its typically hushed atmosphere. Most students have retreated to their common rooms for the evening, leaving only the soft sound of turning pages and the occasional contented sigh from Madame Pince as she tends to her beloved books. The restricted section sits bathed in shadows, its chains glinting softly in the candlelight, guarding secrets that have waited centuries to be discovered by the right, curious mind. Before we begin our tale properly, dear listener, if you find yourself drawn into this world of gentle magic and quiet discovery, you might consider sharing this journey with others who seek the same peaceful escape into wonder. Sometimes, the most beautiful stories are meant to be shared, like whispered secrets between friends on a starlit night. Tonight's story will take us deep into the heart of magical knowledge, where three young scholars will stumble upon something extraordinary, spells so old and forgotten that they exist more as legends than reality. These are the kinds of discoveries that change everything, not with thunder and lightning, but with the soft glow of understanding that spreads like dawn across a calm lake. So settle yourself comfortably, let your breathing slow to match the gentle rhythm of our tale, and allow yourself to be transported to a place where magic is not just about power, but about connection to the past, to knowledge, and to the beautiful mysteries that make our world infinitely more wondrous than we ever dared imagine. In the heart of this peaceful library evening, we meet three seventh-year students who have formed an unlikely but deeply cherished friendship over their shared love of magical history and ancient texts. Their names are Elena Whitmore, Marcus Chen, and Isla MacLeod, and each brings their own gentle spark to this trio of knowledge seekers. Elena is a Ravenclaw whose fascination with forgotten magic began when she was just 7 years old, listening to her grandmother's stories about spells that were lost to time but not to memory. She has the kind of quiet intelligence that notices details others miss, the way certain old books seem to hum with residual magic, or how some ancient words feel different on her tongue when spoken aloud. Her long auburn hair is usually tucked behind one ear as she leans over a particularly interesting text, and she has the endearing habit of absently twirling her quill between her fingers when deep in thought. Marcus, a thoughtful Hufflepuff, discovered his passion for magical archaeology quite by accident during his 3rd year when he found an old spell fragment tucked between the pages of a library book about herbology. Since then, he's become something of an expert at finding connections between seemingly unrelated magical practices. His steady, calm presence serves as an anchor for the group, and his genuine excitement about each new discovery is infectious in the most gentle way. He always carries a small leather journal filled with careful notes and sketches, documenting every interesting finding with the patience of someone who truly loves learning for its own sake. Isla, a creative Gryffindor with roots deep in the Scottish Highlands, brings an intuitive understanding of old magic that seems to run in her very blood. Her great-great-grandmother was known throughout her village as a wise woman who could coax magic from the simplest things. A handful of herbs, a whispered word, a gentle touch. Isla inherited not just her ancestors' bright green eyes, but also an almost supernatural ability to sense when magic has lingered in a place or object. She speaks with a soft Scottish lilt that becomes more pronounced when she's excited about a discovery, and she has the wonderful quality of making everyone around her feel as though they're part of something truly special. The three friends have spent countless evenings together in various corners of the library, sharing their findings over cups of tea that somehow always stay perfectly warm, no matter how long they're left sitting. They've developed their own quiet traditions. Elena always brings a small tin of her grandmother's homemade biscuits. Marcus contributes his methodical note-taking skills and seemingly endless supply of fresh parchment. And Isla provides the intuitive leaps that often connect disparate pieces of information in ways that surprise them all. Tonight, as they gather around their favorite table near the back corner of the library, they have no idea that they're about to embark on a discovery that will gently reshape their understanding of magic itself. As the three friends settle into their familiar routine, Elena carefully opens her worn leather satchel and withdraws a book that immediately captures the attention of both Marcus and Isla. The tome is unlike anything they've seen before, bound in deep emerald leather that seems to shift and shimmer in the candlelight as if it contains tiny stars just beneath the surface. The cover bears no title, only an intricate silver clasp shaped like a sleeping dragon, its tiny emerald eyes closed in peaceful slumber. "Where on earth did you find this?" Isla whispers, her Scottish accent soft with wonder as she reaches out to gently trace the dragon clasp with one finger. As she touches it, the metal seems to warm slightly, and for just a moment, the dragon's eyes flutter, as if it might be dreaming. Elena's voice carries a note of gentle excitement as she explains. "It was the strangest thing. I was looking for Professor Binns's recommended reading on medieval magical practices, and this was just sitting there on the shelf, right between goblin wars of the 14th century and a history of healing herbs." But here's the peculiar part. When I went back to check the shelf number against the catalogue, there was no record of this book anywhere in the library's collection. Marcus leans forward, his journal already open and quill poised, but his usual methodical approach seems touched with something almost reverent. "That's fascinating," he murmurs, his voice barely above a whisper. "Books don't simply appear in Hogwarts library without being catalogued. Madam Pince would sooner let a student eat chocolate frogs in the restricted section than allow an uncatalogued book to sit on her shelves." As Elena gently releases the dragon clasp, it opens with the softest possible click, like a contented sigh. The pages within are made of a parchment so fine it seems almost translucent, and the writing upon them appears to be done in an ink that shifts color ever so slowly, deep midnight blue fading to silver, then to the faintest gold, then back again in a cycle that's hypnotic in its gentleness. "Look at this," Elena breathes, opening to the first page. The title page is in Latin, but underneath, do you see how the letters seem to rearrange themselves? Indeed, as the three friends watch with growing wonder, the text below the ornate Latin title begins to shift and flow, the letters gracefully rearranging themselves until they form words in perfect English. Carmina Oblita, Songs of the Forgotten Arts, a collection of lost magics for the gentle heart. Isla's green eyes widen with recognition. Carmina oblita. I've heard that phrase before. My gran used to sing a lullaby that had those words in it. She said it was about magic that was sleeping, not lost, waiting for the right time to wake up again. As Elena carefully turns the pages, they discover that this is no ordinary spell book. Instead of the harsh commands and precise wand movements found in most magical texts, these pages contain what can only be described as magical poetry. Each spell is written as a gentle verse, accompanied by delicate illustrations that seem to move ever so slightly when viewed from the corner of the eye, flowers that sway in an unfelt breeze, stars that twinkle in slow, peaceful rhythms, and small magical creatures that appear to be napping contentedly in the margins. Marcus's voice is filled with scholarly excitement, but tempered with the reverence of someone who recognizes they're in the presence of something extraordinary. These aren't spells in the traditional sense at all, he observes, making careful notes. They're more like magical meditations. Look at this one. To encourage the shy flower. It's not about making plants grow larger or faster, but about helping them feel safe enough to bloom in their own time. The spell Elena reads aloud is written in verse so beautiful it sounds like a lullaby. Little blooms so tightly closed, fear not the world's too hurried pace. In whispered words and gentle prose find courage in this quiet space. May morning dew and patient sun remind you when your time has come. As the words leave Elena's lips, something magical happens. Not dramatic or startling, but gentle and wonderful. A small potted plant on a nearby windowsill, one that has remained stubbornly closed and seemingly dormant all term, begins to open its petals with the slowest, most graceful movement imaginable. The flower that emerges is unlike anything they've seen before. Its petals are the color of moonlight on water, and it emits the faintest, most pleasant fragrance that somehow smells like the feeling of being perfectly content. The three friends exchange glances of pure wonder. Isla reaches out to gently touch the newly opened bloom, and as she does, she whispers, "It's warm, not hot, just warm like a hug." Marcus is writing furiously but quietly in his journal, trying to capture every detail of what they've just witnessed. "This is unprecedented," he murmurs. "Magic that works through kindness and patience rather than force or command. It's like the very opposite of everything we've been taught about spellcasting." Elena continues to turn the pages with careful reverence, and each one reveals more wonders. There are spells for helping lost memories find their way home, incantations for encouraging shy magical creatures to trust again, and charms for bringing peaceful sleep to those troubled by nightmares. Every single spell is written with the same gentle poetry, the same focus on healing and helping, rather than controlling or commanding. "This is why it appeared to you, Elena," Isla says softly, her intuitive understanding beginning to piece together the mystery. "This book, it's been waiting for someone who would approach it with curiosity instead of greed, gentleness instead of force. It wanted to be found by people who would understand that not all magic needs to be loud or dramatic to be powerful." As if responding to their growing understanding, the book seems to grow slightly warmer under Elena's hands, and the illustrations on the pages become just a bit more animated, the sleeping creatures in the margins stretching contentedly, the painted flowers swaying just a little more noticeably in their gentle, eternal breeze. As the evening deepens around them, the three friends find themselves drawn deeper into the mysterious tome's pages. The library has grown even quieter, if such a thing were possible, and the floating candles seem to have dimmed themselves to a softer, more intimate glow, as if the very castle is settling in for a peaceful night's rest. Elena turns to a section titled The Healing of Broken Bonds, and immediately all three friends sense that they've encountered something particularly special. The pages here are edged with silver that catches the candlelight like captured starlight, and the text seems to pulse gently with its own inner rhythm, like a sleeping heartbeat. "Listen to this introduction," Elena says, her voice soft with wonder as she reads aloud. "There are wounds that cannot be healed by potions or spells of mending, for they exist not in flesh or object, but in the delicate threads that connect heart to heart, soul to soul. These magics, oldest of the old, work not through force but through understanding, not through power but through love. They are the songs our ancestors sang when forgiveness seemed impossible, when trust lay shattered like glass upon the ground." Marcus looks up from his careful note-taking, his expression thoughtful. "That sounds almost like emotional magic, but that's supposed to be theoretical, isn't it?"
I mean, we've studied the concept in advanced charms, but Professor Flitwick always emphasized that emotions can't be directly manipulated by magic. Isla nods slowly, but her green eyes hold a distant look, as if she's remembering something from long ago.
"My gran used to say that the oldest magic wasn't about changing things, but about helping them remember what they truly were. She said modern wizards had forgotten how to listen to magic instead of commanding it." As Elena continues reading, they discover that this section contains what appear to be spells for mending relationships, healing old hurts, and bringing peace to troubled hearts. But these aren't the love potions or emotional manipulation charms they've learned about in Defense Against the Dark Arts. Instead, they're gentle rituals that seem designed to create space for natural healing to occur. One spell that particularly catches their attention is called the Bridge of Understanding. It's written in the same poetic style as the others, but something about it feels different, more immediate. When words have built walls where bridges should be, and silence has deepened the space in between, let whispered intentions, sincere and free, weave pathways through hearts where love can be seen, not forcing forgiveness nor demanding trust, but opening doorways where healing is just. As Elena finishes reading the incantation, something unexpected happens. Marcus suddenly looks up with a startled expression, his quill frozen mid-word. "Did you feel that?" he asks quietly. It was like a warm breeze, but inside rather than outside. Isla nods, her hand moving unconsciously to rest over her heart. "I felt it too. And it made me think of..." She pauses, looking slightly embarrassed. "Well, it made me think of my sister back home. We had a terrible row before I left for school. This year, about something so silly, I can barely remember what it was, but we haven't written to each other since September." Elena closes the book gently, but keeps her hands resting on its warm cover. "That's remarkable," she whispers. "The spell, it didn't do anything to you, did it? It just reminded you of something that was already in your heart." As they sit, in contemplative silence, absorbed in this new understanding, they become aware of soft footsteps approaching their table. They look up to see Madame Pince walking toward them, but her usual stern expression has been replaced by something much gentler. A look of curious recognition, as if she's seeing old friends after a long absence. "I wondered when that book would choose to reveal itself again," she says softly, her voice carrying none of its usual sharp efficiency. "It's been hiding on those shelves for, must be nearly 40 years now." The three friends exchange Surprised glances. Elena speaks first, her voice respectful but filled with curiosity. "Madam Pince, you know about this book, but it's not in the catalogue." The librarian's expression grows almost dreamy, as if she's looking back through decades of memories. "Some books, my dear, don't need to be catalogued because they catalogue themselves. They appear when they're needed to the people who need them most." She settles into the empty chair at their table with surprising grace. "I was about your age when it first showed itself to me. Different cover then. Deep blue with a silver moon clasp. But the same magic, the same gentle wisdom." Marcus leans forward eagerly but respectfully. "What did you discover? Did the spells work the way they seem to promise?" Madam Pince smiles, and it transforms her entire face. "Oh, they work, young Mr. Chen, but not in the way you might expect from ordinary magic. These spells don't force change, they create opportunities for change to happen naturally. I used the spell for mending friendships once, during my 7th year, when my best friend and I had a falling out over something that seemed terribly important at the time." "What happened?" Isla asks, her Scottish accent soft with interest. "The spell didn't make her forgive me or make me forgive her," Madam Pince explains. "But it did something perhaps more valuable. It helped both of us remember why our friendship mattered more than our disagreement. The next morning, we both woke up thinking about the same happy memory we'd shared, and it gave us the courage to each other again." Elena's eyes widen with understanding. "So the magic doesn't override free will or force emotions, it just creates space for natural healing." "Precisely," Madame Pince nods approvingly. "These are the gentlest magics ever developed, and perhaps the most powerful for that very reason. They work with the natural flow of the heart rather than against it." As if responding to this moment of deeper understanding, the book's pages begin to emit the softest possible glow. Not bright enough to be startling, but warm and comforting, like the first light of dawn. The dragon clasp stirs slightly, its tiny emerald eyes opening just a crack, as if it's peacefully waking from a long, restful sleep. "The book is accepting you," Madam Pince observes with satisfaction. "It's been waiting for students who would approach its wisdom with the right spirit. Too many young wizards these days are eager for flashy magic, powerful spells that make others take notice. But you three, you understand that the most profound magic often whispers rather than shouts." As Madam Pince returns to her desk with a knowing smile, the three friends find themselves alone once again with the mysterious tome, but now their exploration carries the weight of deeper understanding. The library around them seems to have settled into an even more profound quiet, as if the very walls are holding their breath in anticipation of what might be discovered next. Eleanor opens the book to a new section, and immediately they notice something different. The pages here are older, the parchment slightly yellowed with age, and the text appears to be written in multiple hands, as if different people had contributed to this collection over many years, perhaps even centuries. "Look at this," Elena whispers, pointing to a page where the magical ink shifts between 3 distinct handwritings. It's like a conversation between different wizards, but spread across time. The first hand, elegant and flowing, has written, "I have discovered that the ancient spell for calling hearts home works most beautifully when cast during the hour before dawn, when the veil between longing and fulfillment grows thin." Below it, in a more practical, blocky script, confirmed the above observation, but found that the spell's effectiveness seems tied not to time of day, but to the emotional state of the caster. When performed with genuine love, rather than mere desire for return, results are remarkable. TM 1847. And finally, in a delicate hand that reminds them somehow of Isla's own writing. Both previous observations accurate, but incomplete. The spell does not call hearts home, it reminds them where home truly lies. The magic serves as a mirror, not a summons. EL for 1923. Marcus is practically vibrating with scholarly excitement, but maintains the quiet reverence that seems required in this moment. "This is incredible," he breathes. "It's like a research journal spanning generations. Each wizard built upon the work of the previous ones, but they were all working toward understanding rather than exploitation." Isla traces the final entry with her finger, and as she does, her expression grows distant. "EL," she murmurs. "Those initials. They're familiar somehow." She closes her eyes, concentrating. "My gran mentioned a great-aunt once, Elspeth Lilius, who was known for her gift with the old ways. She would have been at Hogwarts around that time." As if responding to this connection being made, the page grows warm under their hands, and new text begins to appear in the same delicate script. "For my great-grand-niece, should she find her way to these pages, as the site suggests she will, remember that magic flows through bloodlines not as power, but as understanding. Trust what you feel in your heart, dear one, for it will guide you true. EL." The three friends stare at the newly appeared message in amazement. Isla's eyes fill with tears of wonder and connection to this ancestor she never knew. She knew I would find this book, but how is that possible?" Eleanor gently turns the page and they discover what appears to be a map, but unlike any they've seen before. It shows Hogwarts Castle, but overlaid with gentle, flowing lines of light that seem to pulse slowly, like veins carrying magical energy throughout the building. It's a map of magical currents, Marcus realizes, his voice filled with awe. "Look how they flow through the castle. The lines are strongest in certain areas, the room of requirement, the astronomy tower, and..." He pauses, tracing a particularly bright line with his finger. "Here, right here in the library, specifically around the section where Elena found the book." Isla leans forward, studying the map more closely. "And see how the lines connect to the grounds. They flow out to the Whomping Willow, through the Forbidden Forest, and down to the lake. It's like the castle is part of a much larger magical ecosystem." As they examine the map, they begin to notice something subtle but remarkable. The pulsing of the magical currents seems to be synchronized with their own heartbeats. When Elena breathes deeply and calmly, the lines on her side of the map glow a little brighter. When Marcus's scholarly excitement causes his pulse to quicken, the lines near him pulse faster as well. "We're connected to it," Elena whispers in wonder. "The magic isn't just around us, we're part of it." The book seems to sense their growing understanding, and the pages turn of their own accord to reveal a new section titled "The Practice of Gentle Influence." The text here is written in a modern hand, as if someone from their own time had discovered and contributed to this ancient collection. The spells contained in these pages are not meant to be performed once and forgotten, but to be lived with, practiced gently and understood deeply. They are less like magic and more like a way of being in the world, approaching all interactions with the same gentleness and respect that these spells embody. Elena looks up at her friends with sudden understanding. This isn't just about learning new spells, is it? It's about learning a different way to approach magic entirely. Marcus nods thoughtfully. Like the difference between forcing a door, open and waiting for someone to invite you in. Both might get you through the doorway, but the experience is completely different. As if to demonstrate this principle, Isla reaches out gently toward the book. not to grab or command, but simply to offer her presence. The dragon clasp responds by opening its emerald eyes fully for the first time, regarding her with what can only be described as pleased recognition. The tiny dragon stretches its metal wings slightly, then settles back into its comfortable position, but now with its eyes remaining open, as if it has decided to trust these three young scholars with
its secrets.
"I think," Isla says softly, her Scottish accent warm with emotion, "that this book has been waiting not just for us to find it, but for us to be ready to understand what it truly represents. It's not about the power to control or command, but about the wisdom to connect and nurture." The candlelight around them seems to pulse gently in agreement, and they notice that other students beginning to arrive for late-night study sessions seem drawn to settle in areas near them, as if the peaceful energy radiating from their table is creating a sphere of calm throughout the library. Elena carefully turns to the next section, and they discover that it contains something none of them expected: blank pages. But as they watch, words begin to appear, written in their own handwritings, as if the book is documenting their discoveries and understanding in real time. "It's learning from us," Marcus breathes, "just as we're learning from it." The discovery that the book is somehow recording their own insights and responses creates a moment of gentle revelation for the three friends. They realize they've become part of something much larger than a simple study session. They're contributing to a continuing conversation about magic that has been flowing through generations. Elena makes the first conscious choice to engage more deeply with this mystery.
"I think," she says slowly, "that we should try one of the spells. Not just read about them, but actually experience what this gentle magic feels like." Marcus looks up from his increasingly detailed notes, his expression thoughtful. "Are you
certain that's wise? We don't know what kind of magical commitment these spells might require, or what the long-term effects could be. But Isla is nodding in agreement with Elena. Sometimes, Marcus, you have to trust what your heart tells you, even when your mind isn't completely certain. And my heart is telling me that these spells are meant to be experienced, not just studied." They turn back through the pages together, looking for a spell that feels right for their first attempt. They pass by incantations for healing old hurts and mending broken friendships, spells for encouraging growth and fostering understanding, until they come to one that seems perfect for their current situation. The spell is titled The Circle of Shared Understanding, and its purpose is described as creating a space where true communication can flow freely between willing hearts. The instructions are unlike anything they've learned in their formal, magical education. Instead of precise wand movements and forceful incantations, this spell asks them to sit together in a comfortable circle, to place their hands gently on the open book, and to speak a simple intention together. The incantation is more like a shared promise. We offer our hearts to understanding, our minds to gentle wisdom, our spirits to the magic that connects all things. May truth flow freely between us, and may we see each other as we truly are. As they arrange themselves more comfortably around their table, Elena makes another choice that surprises even herself. "I want to share something with you both that I've never told anyone," she says quietly. "When I was younger, before I came to Hogwarts, I sometimes felt like I could sense what other people were feeling. Not reading their minds, but feeling their emotions as if they were my own. It frightened me, so I learned to shut it out. But sitting here with this book, I can feel that ability stirring again." Marcus considers this revelation carefully, then makes his own choice to be vulnerable. "I've always been drawn to old magic, because I felt like I didn't quite fit with the modern wizarding world," he admits. Everyone else seems so confident about what magic should be and how it should work, but I've always felt like there was something missing, something gentler and more connected that we'd lost along the way. Isla's response comes from the deepest part of her heritage and intuition. In my family, we call it the sight, but it's not really about seeing the future. It's about seeing the truth of the present moment, the connections between things, the emotions flowing beneath surface conversations, the magic that exists in everyday kindness. I've been afraid to trust it fully because it makes me feel different from other students. As they speak these truths to each other, something remarkable happens. The book beneath their hands grows warmer, and the dragon clasp begins to emit a soft, musical hum. Not quite a melody, but something beautiful and harmonious that seems to resonate with their heartbeats. Elena makes the final choice: to trust completely in this moment. "Let's try the spell," she says, and her friends nod in agreement. They speak the intention together, their voices blending in gentle harmony. As the words flow between them, they begin to experience something extraordinary. It's not dramatic or overwhelming, but subtle and beautiful. They begin to sense each other's emotions and thoughts, not as an invasion, but as a welcomed sharing. Eleanor feels Marcus's deep contentment at finally finding magic that matches his understanding of what magic should be. Marcus experiences Isla's joy at connecting with her ancestral heritage in such a profound way. Isla senses Elena's relief at finally being able to use her empathic abilities as a gift rather than a burden. But more than individual emotions, they begin to sense the larger pattern of connection that flows through the library, the castle, and beyond. They can feel the peaceful dreams of students sleeping in dormitories above, the contented presence of the house elves ensuring everyone's comfort, even the slow, ancient contentment of the castle itself as it settles into another peaceful night. "This
is what magic really is," Isla whispers, her voice filled with wonder. Not about power over others, but about connection with everything. The spell gently fades after a few minutes, leaving them feeling more connected to each other and to the magical world around them than ever before.
The book's pages rustle softly, and they see that their experience has been recorded there in flowing script, adding their own understanding to the generations of wisdom contained within. Marcus makes a decision that will shape the rest of their exploration. "We need to document this properly," he says. "Not just for ourselves, but for the students who will come after us. This understanding shouldn't be lost again." Eleanor and Isla agree wholeheartedly, and they realize that they've become the newest contributors to this ancient collection of gentle magic. Their journey with the book has only just begun, but already they understand that they've discovered something that will change their relationship with magic forever. As the three friends continue their exploration of the ancient tome, they arrive at what appears to be the final section of the book. The pages here are different from all the others.
They seem to be made of a material that's not quite parchment, not quite silk, but something that feels alive beneath their fingers.
The text here glows with a soft, pearl-like luminescence that seems to pulse with the very heartbeat of magic itself. The section is titled "The Great Understanding," and as Elena begins to read aloud, her voice naturally falls into the rhythm of ancient wisdom being shared around a peaceful fire. In the earliest days of magic, before wizards learned to divide power from wisdom, strength from gentleness, there was no separation between the magical and the mundane, between the self
and the world. Magic flowed as naturally as breath, as gently as love, as powerfully as truth itself. As these words resonate through the quiet library, the three friends begin to experience the most profound revelation of their evening. the magical currents,
visible on the map they'd studied earlier, begin to manifest around them, not as visible light, but as a feeling of connection that grows stronger with each word Elena reads. The spells contained within these pages are not lost magic, but remembering
magic.
They do not teach new powers, but awaken the connections that have always existed. For magic, in its truest form, is not about commanding the world around us, but about remembering our place within the great tapestry of existence. Isla suddenly gasps with understanding, her green eyes bright with revelation. That's why the book appeared now to us in this way. It's not just about the spells themselves, it's about what those spells represent. Magic is meant to heal, to connect, to nurture. We've been learning magic as if it were about control and power, but that's not what it's truly for. Marcus looks up from his note-taking, his expression transformed by sudden clarity. And that's why these spells work differently. They don't override natural processes or force change. They work with the natural flow of energy and emotion and connection that already exists in the world. Elena continues reading, and the revelation deepens. Every spell of gentle influence, every incantation of healing connection, every charm of patient understanding is a step toward remembering what magic truly is. The language of love made manifest. The song of the universe expressing itself through willing hearts. As these words fill the air around them, something extraordinary happens. The dragon clasp on the book begins to move more animatedly, stretching its tiny wings and lifting its delicate head as if awakening from the longest, most restful sleep
imaginable. But this isn't alarming or dramatic. It's gentle and natural, like watching a flower bloom in slow motion. The small dragon regards each of them in turn with its bright emerald eyes. And somehow, without words, they understand that
it has a message for them. Images begin to form in their minds, not forced or invasive, but offered like gifts for them to accept or decline. They see the history of the book itself, created centuries ago by a circle of wizards who had grown troubled by the increasingly aggressive and controlling nature of magical education. These ancient scholars had dedicated their lives to preserving the gentler approaches to magic, the ones that worked through understanding rather than domination. They see the book passing through generations, appearing to students who needed its wisdom, disappearing when the time wasn't right, always waiting patiently for the next group of hearts ready to understand its message. And finally, they see the truth that has been building throughout their entire evening of discovery. They have been chosen not just to learn from this book, but to become its next guardians, to help reintroduce this gentle approach to magic in their own generation. We're meant to teach this, Elena whispers, her voice filled with awe and humility. Not in classrooms or formal lessons, but by living it, by approaching our own magic with this same gentleness and connection. The dragon clasp nods once, slowly and solemnly, then settles back into its position on the book's cover. But its eyes remain open now, alert and knowing, as if it has decided that its long vigil of waiting is finally over. Marcus's practical mind immediately begins working through the implications. We could start small, he suggests. Use these approaches in our regular studies, demonstrate through example rather than preaching. Show other students that magic can be cooperative rather than controlling. Isla's intuitive understanding provides the final piece of their revelation. And the most beautiful part is that this isn't about replacing traditional magic education, it's about adding depth to it. Every spell we already know could be enhanced by approaching it with the same gentleness and respect we've learned here tonight. As if in response to their growing understanding and commitment, the book's pages begin to turn on their own, revealing one final page that had been blank when they first discovered the tome. Now written in script that somehow incorporates elements. Of all three of their handwritings, a new entry appears. On this night, 3 hearts opened to understanding, and the circle of wisdom grew larger. Magic remembered its true purpose through their discovery, and they became its willing guardians. May their gentle influence spread like ripples on a peaceful lake, touching other hearts and awakening other minds to the profound truth that magic, at its core, is love made manifest. The 3 friends sit in reverent silence for a moment, feeling the weight and beauty of what they've just experienced. The library around them seems to glow with a deeper warmth, and they realize that their understanding of magic has been fundamentally and permanently transformed. As the evening draws toward its natural close, the 3 friends begin to carefully gather their materials, but they do so with the reverence of people who understand they've been entrusted with something precious, beyond measure. The ancient tome rests peacefully between them, no longer mysterious and unknown, but familiar and welcoming, like an old friend who has finally revealed their deepest secrets. Elena gently closes the book, and the dragon clasp settles into its resting position with what can only be described as a contented sigh. The tiny emerald eyes remain open, but they've taken on a peaceful, drowsy quality, as if the dragon is ready for restful sleep, but no longer needs to hide. "What happens now?" Marcus asks softly, his journal filled with careful notes that he knows he'll treasure for the rest of his life. "Do we return the book to the shelf where you found it?" Isla shakes her head gently, her Scottish accent soft with certainty. "I don't think that's how it works. The book revealed itself to Elena when she was ready for it, and now it's chosen all of us as its guardians. I think it will let us know when and how to share its wisdom with others." As if confirming Isla's intuition, the book grows warm under Elena's hands, and she understands without being told that the tome will remain with them for as long as they need it, appearing when they call upon it and resting safely when they don't. This is magic that operates on trust and understanding rather than possession and control. The 3 friends make their way slowly through the quiet library, passing Madame Pince's desk where she sits reading her own ancient text. She looks up as they pass and offers them a knowing smile, the kind that passes between people who share a beautiful secret. "Sleep well, young scholars," she says softly. "And remember, the most powerful magic often works while we dream." As they walk through the castle corridors toward their respective dormitories, they notice that their evening's discovery has created a subtle but noticeable change in the atmosphere around them. The portraits they pass seem more peaceful, the candles burn with a warmer glow, and even the moving staircases settle into position more smoothly, as if the entire castle is responding to the gentle energy they now carry with them. Elena pauses at the entrance to Ravenclaw Tower, the book tucked safely in her satchel, but somehow feeling weightless despite its obvious age and substance. "Thank you," she says simply to her friends, "for sharing this discovery with me, for being open to something so different from what we expected to find tonight." Marcus, heading toward the Hufflepuff basement, grins with the satisfied exhaustion of someone who has learned something truly meaningful. "Thank you for finding the book in the first place, and for having the courage to explore it with us rather than just cataloguing it and putting it away." Isla, whose path leads toward Gryffindor Tower, reaches out to give each of her friends a gentle hug. "This is just the beginning," she says with quiet certainty. "I can feel it. This knowledge wants to be shared, but gently Naturally, the way all good things spread, through example and invitation rather than force or mandate. As they part ways for the night, each carrying their own piece of the evening's revelation, they feel a deep sense of completion balanced with anticipation. They've discovered something extraordinary, but more than that, they've discovered a new way of approaching magic that feels like coming home to a place they never knew they'd been. Missing. The book's influence continues to work its gentle magic as they settle into their dormitories. Eleanor finds herself naturally helping a first year who's been struggling with homesickness, using not spells but the same gentle presence and patient listening that the book had taught her. Marcus discovers that his approach to his advanced potions essay has shifted toward understanding the emotional properties of ingredients rather than just their chemical reactions. And Isla finds herself writing a letter to her sister back home, the words flowing easily as she approaches the task with the same spirit of gentle connection that had characterized their entire evening. As the castle settles into the deep quiet of night, our three young scholars rest peacefully in their beds, but the magic they've discovered continues to work its gentle influence throughout Hogwarts. Like ripples spreading across the surface of the Black Lake, the understanding they've gained touches other sleeping minds, inspiring dreams of connection, healing, and gentle wonder. Elena dreams of her grandmother's garden, where flowers bloom, not because they're commanded to, but because they feel safe and loved. In her dream, she understands that magic has always been about creating that same sense of safety and love in the world around her. Marcus finds himself dreaming of ancient libraries where knowledge flows freely between generations, where learning is not about competition or achievement, but about the joy of understanding something beautiful and true. He wakes briefly in the middle of the night, smiling with the certainty that he's found his true calling. Isla's dreams are filled with the songs her grandmother used to sing, lullabies that carried centuries of gentle wisdom. She dreams of teaching those songs to her own grandchildren someday, passing along not just melodies, but the understanding that magic is meant to heal and connect rather than divide and control. And throughout the castle, other students find their own dreams touched by this gentle influence. Nightmares fade into peaceful sleep, anxious thoughts transform into hopeful plans, and old hurts begin the slow process of natural healing. The ancient book rests safely in Elena's dormitory, its dragon clasp peaceful and content, knowing that its long wait is over. It has found worthy guardians who will approach its wisdom with the right spirit, not seeking power or fame, but understanding and connection. As dawn approaches Hogwarts, painting the sky in soft pastels of rose and gold, the castle itself seems to breathe more easily. The magic that flows through its ancient stones has been reminded of its true purpose, and that reminder will continue to influence every spell cast within its walls, every lesson taught in its classrooms, every friendship formed in its corridors, and somewhere in the gentle space between sleeping and waking, three young hearts rest peacefully, knowing they've discovered something that will change not just their own understanding of magic, but the very way magic flows through their world. Sweet dreams, dear fellows, and may your own heart be touched by the gentle magic that connects us all. Let us continue our restful exploration of the wizarding world's hidden stories, but we turn our attention from forgotten spells to forgotten truths about some of the most legendary figures in magical history. The same three young scholars we met in our previous tale, Elena, Marcus, and Isla, have become even closer friends since their discovery of the ancient tome. That gentle magic has continued to influence their studies and their understanding of the world around them. Tonight, several weeks after their first remarkable discovery, they find themselves once again in the peaceful embrace of the Hogwarts. library, but this time they're drawn to a different section entirely. The November evening has settled over the castle like a soft, warm blanket. The first snows of winter dust, the window ledges with crystal powder that sparkles in the candlelight, and the library radiates that particular kind of cozy warmth that only comes when you're safely inside, while nature paints the world in gentle white. The floating candles have been charmed to burn with a slightly amber glow tonight, casting everything in tones of honey and gold that make even the most serious academic texts seem welcoming and friendly. Elena, Marcus, and Isla have claimed their favorite table near the back corner of the library, the same spot where they first opened the mysterious tome of gentle magic. Tonight, however, their attention has been captured by something entirely different. A collection of what appear to be personal journals, photo albums, and letters that Elena discovered tucked away in a section dedicated to 20th century
magical history. The section itself is rarely visited by students, positioned between theoretical arithmancy and advanced goblin relations, topics that most students find about as appealing as a detention with Professor Snape. But Elena,
whose curiosity about magical history has only grown stronger since their encounter with the ancient spells, had been exploring these forgotten corners of the library with the methodical thoroughness that had first led her to discover the Book of Gentle Magic. If you find yourself settling into this tale with the same sense of peaceful anticipation you might feel when opening a favorite book by firelight, perhaps you'll want to share this gentle journey with others who seek the same kind of restful escape into wonder. Sometimes the most meaningful stories are the ones we experience together, like friends gathering around a comfortable hearth to share memories and dreams. This story will take us deep into the truth behind one of the most famous friendships in wizarding history, the Marauders of Hogwarts. But this isn't the dramatic tale of adventure and mischief you might expect. Instead, we'll discover the gentle moments, the quiet conversations, and the deep bonds of loyalty that existed between James Potter, Sirius Black, Remus Lupin, and Peter Pettigrew during their years at Hogwarts. As our three familiar friends settle into their evening research, they've grown even more comfortable with each other since their shared experience with the ancient magic. Elena has become more confident in trusting her intuitive insights. Marcus has learned to balance his scholarly precision with openness to unexpected discoveries, and Isla's connection to her ancestral wisdom has deepened her ability to sense the emotional truth hidden within historical accounts. Tonight, Elena carefully arranges several items on their table with the same reverence she once showed the mysterious tome. There's a leather-bound photo album with property of Lily Evans written in careful script on the cover, a collection of letters tied with a faded red ribbon, and what appears to be a personal journal bearing the initials RJL on its worn cover. "Where did you find these?" Marcus asks softly, his natural scholarly caution tempered by excitement at the possibility of primary source materials from such a famous period in Hogwarts history. Elena's voice carries that same gentle enthusiasm. They've all learned to associate with meaningful discoveries. "They were in the most unusual place," she explains, settling into her chair with a cup of tea that somehow always stays perfectly warm during their library sessions. "I was looking for Professor McGonagall's thesis on transfiguration theory from her student days, and these were sitting right there on the shelf, almost as if they'd been waiting for someone to find them."
Isla nods knowingly, her green eyes bright with recognition. "Just like the spellbook found you. Some things have a way of revealing themselves when the time is right, when the right people are ready to understand their true significance." As
Elena opens the photo album, they're immediately struck by how different these images are from the formal posed photographs they usually see in history books. These are candid moments captured by someone who clearly loved the subjects. 4 young men laughing together by the lake, studying in the common room with books scattered everywhere, playing Quidditch with the pure joy that comes from being young and alive and surrounded by your best friends. Look at how young they were, Marcus observes, his voice soft with something approaching tenderness. We always hear about the Marauders as these legendary figures, but they were just students like us, weren't they? Probably worried about exams and homework and whether the person they fancied would notice them. The photos seem to move with more animation than usual, as if responding to their gentle attention. James Potter adjusts his glasses with the nervous habit that his son would later inherit. Sirius Black's grin is infectious, even in a photograph, full of mischief, but also genuine warmth. Remus Lupin sits slightly apart from the others in some photos, but always included, always welcomed, his quiet presence anchoring the group's more exuberant energy. And Peter Pettigrew laughs with obvious delight at being part of something larger than himself, his round face bright with the happiness of belonging.
There's something different about the way they look at each other in these photos, Isla observes, her intuitive understanding picking up on subtleties that might escape casual observation. It's not just friendship. It's the kind of bond
that comes from really seeing each other, accepting each other completely. Elena gently touches one particular photograph where all 4 boys are sitting together under their favorite tree by the lake, and as she does, she experiences a flash of that same empathic connection that had awakened during their encounter with the ancient magic. For just a moment, she can almost feel the warmth of their friendship, the deep trust and loyalty that bound them together during those golden school days. As Elena continues to explore the photo album, something remarkable begins to happen. The photographs, responding to the same gentle magical energy that had awakened the ancient spellbook, start to reveal moments that go beyond their frozen images. It's not dramatic or startling. Rather, it's like watching memories gently surface from deep water, rising slowly and naturally to where they can be observed and understood. Elena turns to a page showing the 4 Marauders in their 6th year, and as her fingers trace the edge of the photograph, whispered voices begin to emerge from the image itself. Not loud or intrusive, but soft and conversational, as if they're overhearing a private moment from 30 years in the past. "I still can't believe McGonagall didn't notice us sneaking out last night," comes James's voice, young and slightly breathless with the excitement of adventure. "That's because you finally learned to move quietly instead of clattering around like a hippogriff in armor," Sirius responds, his voice warm with affectionate teasing. Remus's quieter voice adds, "Actually, I think she did notice. She was standing by her office window when we came back from the village, but she pretended not to see us." Why would she do that? Peter's voice carries genuine curiosity, and underneath it, that constant note of gratitude for being included in their adventures. The 3 friends listening lean forward instinctively, drawn into this intimate moment from the past. Marcus whispers, "It's like the photographs are infused with emotional memory, not just visual images." As they continue to listen, Remus's voice provides the answer. Because she understands that some rules are meant to be broken when breaking them teaches us something important about loyalty and friendship. She knows we weren't out causing trouble. We were learning how to take care of each other. The whispered conversation fades gently, leaving the 3 modern students with a profound sense of having witnessed something sacred, not the legendary pranks and adventures of the famous Marauders, but the quiet moments of deep friendship that sustain those more dramatic tales. Elena carefully turns the page, and they find themselves looking at a photograph that initially appears to show only 3 boys, James, Sirius, and Peter, sitting together in the Gryffindor common room. But as Isla leans closer, she notices something the others missed. "Look at the shadows," she says softly. There's a 4th shadow cast by the firelight, but no 4th person visible in the photo. As if responding to her observation, the photograph begins to shift slightly, and gradually Remus's figure materializes. In the image, sitting with his friends, but somehow existing in a space between visibility and invisibility. The 3 friends realize they're witnessing a moment from around the full moon, when Remus's condition made him feel like he existed only partially in the world of normal teenage friendships. Marcus, his voice filled with gentle understanding, observes, "They found a way to include him even when he felt like he couldn't fully be present." The photograph captured not just what was visible, but what was emotionally true. The magical revelation deepens as Elena opens Lily Evans's journal to a page marked with a pressed flower. The entry is dated during their 7th year. "Watched James and his friends by the lake today. People call them troublemakers, but I'm beginning to see something different. The way Sirius makes sure Remus eats when he's too tired to remember, how James quietly helps Peter with his transfiguration homework without making him feel stupid, how Peter brings them all chocolate from Hogsmeade visits even though he has the least pocket money. These aren't the actions of boys just out for mischief. They're learning how to love each other in the way that will matter when the world gets darker." As Elena reads these words aloud, the pressed flower in the journal begins to emit the faintest, sweetest fragrance, as if Lily's emotional memory has been preserved along with the botanical specimen. The scent carries with it a sense of recognition, of someone beginning to understand that what they initially dismissed as immaturity was actually a profound lesson in loyalty and care. Isla gently touches the flower, and as she does, her empathic abilities, strengthened by their previous encounter with gentle magic, allow her to sense the complex emotions Lily felt during that time. "She was falling in love," Isla whispers, "not just with James, but with the kind of friendship the 4 of them had created. She wanted to be part of something that pure and loyal." The journal pages seem to turn themselves, revealing another entry from later that year. "Sirius told me something today that I'll never forget. He said that real friendship isn't about never disagreeing or never making mistakes. It's about choosing to see the best in each other, especially when it's hard to see. When Remus is struggling with his condition, when James gets too proud, when Peter feels insecure, when Sirius himself gets reckless, they don't try to fix each other. They just love each other through it." Marcus looks up from his careful note-taking, his expression thoughtful. "That's the same principle we discovered in the ancient magic book, working with natural processes rather than trying to force change. They intuited that same wisdom in their friendship." As if confirming this connection, Elena notices that the journal entries begin to glow with the same soft, pearl-like luminescence they had seen in the ancient spellbook. The realization dawns on all 3 friends simultaneously. The Marauders had been practicing their own form of gentle magic, not through spells and incantations, but through the way they chose to love and support each other. Elena turns to another section of photographs, and they discover images that show moments they never would have expected to see. Sirius sitting quietly with Remus during difficult times, James helping Peter practice spells with infinite patience, Peter bringing his friends small gifts and tokens of affection, Remus serving as the emotional anchor who helped the others understand themselves better. These aren't the stories that made them famous, Elena observes, her voice soft with wonder. These are the stories that made them who they were. As the evening deepens around them, the three friends realize they've stumbled upon something as significant as their discovery of the ancient spells, evidence that the most powerful magic often happens not in grand gestures or dramatic moments, but in the quiet, consistent choices we make about how to treat the people we love. The photographs and journal entries seem to pulse gently with their own inner light, as if recognizing that their deeper truth is finally being seen and understood by people who approach them with the right spirit of gentleness and respect. As the three friends delve deeper into their exploration of these magical memories, they discover something that transforms their understanding of the Marauder's story entirely. Eleanor carefully opens Remus Lupin's personal journal to a section that appears to be written in multiple hands, and they realize they're looking at a collaborative record, moments when all four friends contributed their perspectives to capture important events from different viewpoints. The first entry that catches their attention is dated during their 5th year, written in James's energetic handwriting. Today, we finally perfected the spell that will let us stay with Remus during his transformations. Took us 2 years of research, but we figured out how to become animagi safely. Sirius says it's the best magic we've ever learned because it's not about showing off. It's about being there for someone when they need us most. Below it, in Sirius's more flowing script, James is being modest. The spell we developed goes beyond normal animagus transformation. We found a way to maintain our human consciousness and emotional connection, even in animal form. It's like we created a bridge between human love and animal instinct. Remus will never have to face his wolf.
Alone again.
Remus's careful handwriting adds, "What they don't understand is that they've given me something more valuable than companionship during transformations. They've shown me that my condition doesn't make me unlovable or dangerous to the people I care about. Their willingness to literally transform themselves for my sake has transformed how I see myself." And finally, in Peter's smaller, more hesitant script, "I know I'm not as clever as the others, but I contributed something important too. While they worked on the transformation magic, I researched the emotional bonds that would keep us connected. The spell only works because we genuinely love each other. You can't fake that kind of magic." As the three modern students read this collaborative entry, something extraordinary happens. The pages begin to emanate the same warm energy they'd experienced with the ancient spell book, but this time it carries distinct emotional signatures: James's fierce protectiveness, Sirius's rebellious loyalty, Remus's deep gratitude, and Peter's profound sense of belonging. Marcus looks up with sudden understanding. They weren't just learning to become animagi. They were developing their own form of the gentle magic we discovered. Their friendship itself became a kind of spell. Isla nods her empathic abilities, allowing her to sense the deeper currents of magic that flowed through these relationships.
And look at the date. They were our age when they figured this out. They discovered through love what it took us ancient texts to understand. Elena turns to another section of the journal and they find an entry that reveals an even more profound
magical discovery. This one is written entirely in Remus's handwriting, but it glows with a soft light that seems to pulse with the rhythm of 4 different heartbeats. We've discovered something remarkable about the nature of magical bonds. When 4 people commit to loving each other unconditionally, their magic begins to intertwine in ways that make each person stronger than they could ever be alone. James's courage amplifies when he knows he's protecting us. Sirius's natural rebellion transforms into fierce protection of our group. Peter's loyalty creates a foundation of trust that lets all of us be vulnerable. And my own struggles with my wolf nature become easier because I have their strength to draw upon. Professor McGonagall called it soul magic when we finally told her what we discovered. She said it's the rarest and most powerful form of magic there is because it can only be created through genuine love and maintained through consistent choice to put each other's well-being above your own comfort. As Elena reads these words, aloud, the library around them seems to respond. The candles burn brighter, the very air feels warmer, and they notice that other students in nearby areas appear more relaxed and content, as if the loving energy emanating from these magical memories is influencing the entire space. But then they discover something that adds a layer of gentle sadness to their understanding. Elena turns to a section near the end of the journal collection, where the entries are dated during their 7th year. The handwriting is still collaborative, but there's something different about the energy, a subtle tension that wasn't present in the earlier entries. James writes, Peter seems different lately, more distant, more worried about things outside our group. We're trying to give him space while still letting him know we're here for him. Sirius adds, the war is changing all of us. Sometimes I catch Peter looking at us like he's trying to memorize our faces. It breaks my heart because he should know by now that nothing could make us stop loving him. Remus observes, I think Peter is struggling with feeling like he doesn't contribute as much to our group. The magic we've created together works because each person brings something essential, but Peter has always been the most uncertain about his own value. We need to find better ways to show him how vital he is to who we are as a group. And Peter's own handwriting, smaller and more uncertain than before. They don't know that Voldemort's people have been watching me, asking questions about them. They think I'm the weak link, the one who might be willing to betray my friends. They don't understand that these three are the only thing in the world that matters to me, but I'm scared. What if I'm not strong enough to protect them? What if my love for them isn't enough when everything falls apart? The three modern students sit in contemplative silence as they absorb this revelation. The magical memories in the photos and journals don't hide the complexity of the story. They show the deep love that existed between the four friends, but also the fear and pressure that eventually led to tragedy. Isla speaks first, her voice soft with compassion. Peter did love them. The magic doesn't lie about that. But love alone wasn't enough when he was faced with impossible choices and overwhelming fear. Marcus nods thoughtfully. It makes the betrayal more tragic, not less. It wasn't that he never cared. It was that his fear became stronger than his faith in their love for him. Elena gently closes the journal, her hands resting on its cover, with the same reverence she'd shown the ancient spellbook. This is why these memories wanted to be found now by us. Not to excuse what happened, but to understand the full truth. Even in a friendship as strong as theirs, people can be lost to fear and desperation. As if responding to their growing understanding, the photographs and journals begin to emit a gentle, healing light. Not bright or dramatic, but warm and comforting, like the embrace of understanding after a long period of confusion. The three friends realize they've discovered something profound about the nature of love and loyalty, friendship and betrayal. The Marauders' story isn't just about legendary pranks and dramatic adventures. It's about the most human struggles with love, fear, belonging, and the terrible complexity of trying to do the right thing when the world is falling apart around you. As the three friends continue their exploration of these deeply personal magical memories, they discover that the collection contains one more element they hadn't initially noticed: a small, ornate music box tucked beneath the stack of journals. The box is made of what appears to be silver and moonstone, and it bears an inscription that reads, "For when words aren't enough to carry what the heart needs to say." Elena lifts the music box carefully, and as she does, it opens on its own, to reveal not the expected tiny dancing figures, but rather a miniature landscape that seems to shift and change like a living diorama. Sometimes it shows the Hogwarts grounds in summer, with 4 tiny figures sitting by the lake. Other times, it displays the Gryffindor common room with the same 4 friends studying together. And occasionally, it shows scenes that seem to take place beyond Hogwarts. A small cottage where the friends gather as young adults, a wedding where they stand together as groomsmen, quiet moments of adult friendship that speak of bonds maintained beyond school years. But as they watch, fascinated by this miniature world, they notice that the scenes begin to show increasing tension. The 4 figures appear more often in serious conversation, sometimes with one or more of them standing apart from the group. The cottage scenes show worried faces and hushed discussions. And gradually, the scenes begin to show only 3 figures, then sometimes 2, then heartbreaking moments where a single figure sits alone in settings that were once filled with laughter and companionship. Marcus observes quietly, "It's showing us the progression of their friendship through the war years. The music box is capturing the emotional truth of what happened to their bond." As if responding to his words, the music box begins to play a melody. But this isn't a simple tune, it's a complex harmony that seems to weave together 4 distinct musical voices, each one representing one of the marauders. At first, the voices blend together in perfect harmony, creating something beautiful and whole. But gradually, subtly, one voice begins to diverge from the others, creating dissonance that grows more pronounced as the melody continues. Isla listens with tears in her eyes, her empathic abilities allowing her to feel the emotional story being told through music. I can hear Peter's voice becoming uncertain, frightened. He's still trying to harmonize with the others, but fear is pulling him away from the melody they created together. Elena discovers that lifting the music box reveals a hidden compartment beneath it, containing what appears to be the final entry in their collaborative journal. This one is different from all the others. It's written in all 4 handwritings, but not as a conversation or shared reflection. Instead, it appears to be 4 separate farewell letters written by each friend as if they knew their time together was ending. James's contribution is written in his bold hand. "If something happens to any of us, I want the others to know that. These years of friendship have been the most important magic I'll ever perform. Whatever comes next, that truth will never change." Sirius writes, "To my brothers, if darkness separates us, remember that love is stronger than fear, and the bonds we've created will outlast any war. Find your way back to each other when you can." Remus's careful script adds, "The wolf in me knows about pack bonds, and the human in me knows about chosen family. You 3 taught me that those 2 forms of love are the same thing. That knowledge will sustain me through whatever comes." And Peter's smaller handwriting, shaky with emotion. "I'm not as brave as the rest of you, and I'm terrified that my weakness will hurt the people I love most. If that happens, please remember that my love for you was real, even if my courage
wasn't strong enough to protect it." As Elena reads Peter's words aloud, the 3 modern students feel a wave of compassion for the young man who would later be remembered only for his betrayal.
They're beginning to understand that his story is more complex than simple villainy. It's a tragedy of fear, overwhelming love, of isolation, breaking bonds that should have been unbreakable. The music box continues to play its complex, evolving
melody, and now they can hear how Peter's voice doesn't simply disappear from the harmony. It transforms, becoming something discordant and painful, but still recognizably part of the original song.
It's as if the music is showing them that even betrayal doesn't erase the love that came before it, but rather transforms it into something tragic and broken. Marcus makes a discovery that adds another layer to their understanding. Hidden beneath Peter's farewell letter is a small piece of parchment covered in his handwriting, but this time the script is frantic, desperate. They found me, Voldemort's people. They know everything. Where James and Lily are hiding, how much Sirius means. To me, that Remus would do anything to protect us all.
They're going to kill everyone I love unless I can't even write the words. But if I don't do what they want, they'll torture James and Lily to death slowly. If I do what they want, maybe they'll make it quick. Maybe the others
will understand someday that I chose the lesser evil. Maybe they'll forgive me for not being strong enough to find a third option. The three friends sit in stunned silence as they absorb this revelation. The magical memories aren't trying to excuse Peter's choices, but they're revealing the impossible situation he found himself in. A young man faced with the choice between betraying his friends quickly or watching them die slowly. Isla speaks, first, her voice thick with emotion. He was trapped, completely, horribly trapped. And he made the choice he thought would cause the least suffering. Elena nods slowly. The tragedy isn't just that he betrayed them. It's that he felt like he had to face that impossible choice alone instead of trusting his friends to help him find another way. As if responding to their growing understanding and compassion, the music box's melody begins to change. Peter's discordant voice doesn't disappear or return to harmony, but it becomes less harsh, more sorrowful than angry. The other three voices seem to acknowledge his presence with sadness rather than rejection, creating a new kind of harmony, one that encompasses loss and forgiveness, love and grief, the complexity of human hearts trying to do right in an impossible world. The three modern students realize they've been given something precious, not just the true story of the Marauders' friendship, but a lesson in the kind of understanding that can hold space for both love and betrayal, loyalty and fear, the best and worst of human nature all existing within the same people, the same relationships, the same story. As the evening deepens, around them, and their understanding of the Marauders' story grows more complex and nuanced, the three friends find themselves faced with choices about how to process and integrate what they've learned. The magical memories have revealed a story far more complicated than the simple tales of heroism and villainy they'd grown up hearing, and each of them responds to this complexity in their own way. Elena makes the first conscious choice to engage more deeply with the emotional complexity of what they've discovered. I think, she says slowly, her voice gentle but determined, that we need to understand what this story is really trying to teach us. It's not just about the past, it's about how we approach our own friendships, our own fears, our own impossible choices. She carefully picks up one of the photographs showing all four Marauders during happier times, and as she does, she makes a deliberate choice to open her empathic abilities fully to the magical memories. The experience is intense but not overwhelming. She can feel the pure joy and love that existed between the four friends, but also the subtle undercurrents of insecurity, the pressure they all felt to live up to each other's expectations, the weight of knowing that their childhood was ending and adult responsibilities were approaching. "I can feel how much Peter loved being part of this group," Elena whispers, her voice filled with wonder and sadness. "But I can also feel how he never quite believed he deserved to be there. That doubt made him vulnerable to manipulation in ways the others couldn't have anticipated." Marcus faces his own choice about how to process this information. His scholarly instincts want to categorize and analyze to find clear lessons and moral guidelines, but the magical memories resist.
That kind of simple interpretation.
Instead, he chooses to embrace the uncertainty, to let the complexity exist without trying to resolve it into neat conclusions. "This is what real history looks like," he observes, his journal open, but his quill resting unused for the moment. "Not the clean narratives we read in textbooks, but the messy, complicated truth about people trying their best in difficult circumstances and sometimes failing despite their good intentions." He picks up Remus's journal and makes the choice to read not as a researcher collecting data, but as a young person trying to understand how to love friends who are struggling with their own demons. The experience changes his approach to the entire story. Instead of looking for heroes and villains, he begins to see 4 young people learning how to care for each other in a world that was becoming increasingly dangerous and unpredictable. Isla's choice is the most intuitive and perhaps the most profound. She gently places her hands on the music box, which is still playing its complex, evolving melody, and makes the conscious decision to let the magical memories flow through her empathic abilities without trying to control or direct the experience. What she discovers transforms her understanding not just of the Marauder's story, but of human nature itself. Through the magical memories, she experiences the full emotional journey of all 4 friends. The joy of belonging, the fear of inadequacy, the pressure of wartime choices, the gradual erosion of trust, not because love diminished, but because fear grew stronger. "They never stopped loving each other," she says, her Scottish accent soft with tears. "Even Peter, even at the end. The betrayal happened because he loved them too much to watch them suffer, not because he stopped caring. He made the wrong choice, but it came from love, not hate." The 3 friends sit together in contemplative silence, each processing their own emotional response to these revelations. The magical memories seem to pulse gently around them, as if recognizing that their deeper truth is finally being understood by people who approach them with the right combination of compassion and wisdom. Elena makes another choice that will shape the rest of their exploration. "I think we need to understand what happened after," she says quietly. "Not just the betrayal, but what came afterwards. How did the survivors live with this loss? How did they make sense of loving someone
Who had hurt them so deeply?"
She turns to a section of Lily's journal they hadn't explored yet and discovers entries written after James's death, during the period when Harry was a baby and Sirius was in Azkaban. The entries are heartbreaking, but also illuminating. I find myself thinking about Peter constantly, not with anger, but with this terrible sadness. James always said that Peter's greatest fear was being abandoned by the people he loved. In the end, that fear became a self-fulfilling prophecy. He was so
afraid of losing us that he made choices that guaranteed he would lose us.
The tragedy isn't just what he did, it's that he couldn't trust our love enough to believe we would find a way to protect each other together. Marcus discovers additional entries in Remus's journal from years later, written during his time as a professor at Hogwarts. Teaching Harry has brought back so many memories of his father and our friends. I see James's courage in Harry, but also his capacity for forgiveness. It makes me think that maybe the lesson of our story isn't about avoiding betrayal, but about learning how to love people fully while accepting that they might disappoint us. That doesn't mean becoming naive or failing to protect ourselves. It means understanding that love is always a risk and choosing to take that risk anyway. The three modern students realize they've been given something extraordinary, not just the hidden history of famous figures, but a profound meditation on the nature of friendship, loyalty, fear, and forgiveness. The magical memories have shown them that even the most legendary relationships are built by imperfect people making imperfect choices, and that understanding this complexity doesn't diminish the beauty of love, it makes it more precious. As the three friends reach the deepest layer of their exploration, they discover something that transforms their entire understanding of not just the Marauder's story, but the nature of love, loyalty, and redemption itself. Hidden beneath all the journals and photographs, Elena finds what appears to be a final letter. But this one is different from all the others. It seems to shimmer with its own inner light, and the parchment feels warm to the touch, as if it contains living magic. The letter bears no date, and the handwriting seems to shift and change as they watch, sometimes appearing in James's bold script, sometimes in Sirius's flowing letters, sometimes in Remus's careful hand, and, occasionally, in Peter's smaller, more hesitant writing. It's as if the letter exists in a space beyond time, where all four friends can contribute to a final conversation about the meaning of their shared story. Elena begins to read aloud, and as she does, the library around them seems to fade away, replaced by the sense that they're sitting in a sacred space where truth can be spoken without fear or judgment. For those who seek to understand the true story of our friendship, know this: the magic we created together was real, and it was powerful, and it was beautiful. But magic, even the purest magic, cannot protect us from the choices we make when we're afraid. Peter's betrayal was terrible, and it caused immeasurable pain. But if our story teaches anything, let it be this: the person who hurts you most deeply is often the person who loved you most desperately. Peter didn't betray us because he stopped
caring. He betrayed us because he cared so much that he couldn't bear the thought of watching us suffer. The real tragedy isn't that love failed to protect us.
The real tragedy is that Peter couldn't trust our love enough to let us help him carry his fear. He tried to bear an impossible burden alone, and it broke him. As Elena continues reading, the magical energy in the letter grows stronger, and they realize they're experiencing something unprecedented, the combined essence of all four Marauders, somehow preserved in this final testament to their friendship. If you take anything from our story, let it be this understanding: true friendship isn't about being perfect for each other. It's about choosing to love each other through imperfection, fear, mistakes, and even betrayal. Love doesn't mean never being hurt by the people you care about. It means continuing to see their humanity even when they've lost sight of it themselves. Sirius spent 12 years in Azkaban for a crime he didn't commit, but the real prison was his inability to forgive himself for not seeing Peter's desperation in time to help. Remus carried guilt for decades about whether he could have done something different to keep our group together. These burdens were heavier than any external punishment, but Harry, James's son, taught all of us something we'd forgotten in
our pain. He showed us that the love we created together was stronger than the betrayal that tore us apart.
When Harry chose to see the good in Peter, even after everything that happened, he didn't excuse the betrayal. He honored the love that came before it. The letter's final section appears in handwriting that somehow combines all four of their scripts into something unified and harmonious, the magic we discovered in our friendship. The soul magic that Professor McGonagall recognized doesn't die. The magic we discovered in our friendship, the soul magic that Professor McGonagall recognized, doesn't die when friendship breaks. It transforms, it becomes the foundation for a deeper understanding of what it means to love imperfect people in an imperfect world. Our story ends with betrayal, but the love that created our bond continues in every act of forgiveness, every choice to trust again after being hurt, every decision to see the best in people even when they can't see it in themselves. As Elena finishes reading these final words, something extraordinary happens. The letter begins to glow with the same gentle light they had experienced with the ancient spellbook, but this time the warmth carries with it the essence of profound forgiveness. Not the kind that excuses harm, but the kind that transforms pain into wisdom. The music box's melody reaches a crescendo, and for a moment, all four voices harmonize perfectly once again. But now the harmony includes the discord, encompasses the betrayal, holds space for both the love and the loss. It's a more complex melody than the simple joy of their school days, but it's also more beautiful in its completeness. Isla gasps with sudden understanding, her empathic abilities allowing her to fully comprehend the magnitude of what they've discovered. The betrayal didn't destroy their friendship, she whispers. It transformed it into something bigger. A lesson about how to love people who disappoint us, how to forgive without forgetting, how to honor what was good even when acknowledging what went wrong. Marcus looks up from his journal, where he's been trying to capture this moment in words, and realizes that some experiences transcend academic analysis. This is why these memories chose to reveal themselves to us, he says softly. Not to clear Peter's name or condemn him further, but to show us that real love is strong enough to hold space for the full complexity of human nature. Eleanor carefully gathers all the magical items, the photographs, journals, letters, and music box. And as she does, she understands that they've been entrusted with something sacred. These aren't just historical artifacts, they're a living testament to the possibility of love that transcends betrayal, friendship that encompasses failure, and forgiveness that transforms rather than simply absolves. The three friends sit in contemplative silence as the profound truth of their discovery settles into their hearts. They've learned that the most powerful stories aren't the ones with clear heroes and villains, but the ones that show us how to love each other through the inevitable imperfections and failures that make us human. The magical memories begin to fade gently, not disappearing but settling into a peaceful rest, their message delivered to hearts ready to receive it. The candles in the library seem to burn with renewed warmth, and the very air feels lighter, as if a long-held burden of misunderstanding has finally been lifted. As the magical intensity of their discovery gently subsides, the three friends find themselves back in the familiar comfort of the Hogwarts library, but they're profoundly changed by what they've experienced. The photographs have returned to their normal state, showing only static images of four young men who loved each other deeply. The journals rest peacefully on the table, their pages no longer glowing, but somehow seeming more substantial, more real. The music box has closed itself and sits quietly, holding its complex melody in patient silence. Elena carefully arranges the materials with the same reverence she once showed the ancient spellbook, understanding that these items will need to be preserved and protected, not hidden away, but made available to others who might benefit from their wisdom. I think these belong in the restricted section, she says softly. Not because they're dangerous, but because they're sacred. Students should be able to find them when they're ready to understand what they really mean. Marcus closes his journal, but this time his notes feel different. Instead of academic observations, he's recorded a meditation on love, loyalty, and the courage required to forgive without forgetting. Professor McGonagall should know we found these, he suggests. She was part of their story too. She might have insights that could help other students learn from what the marauders discovered. Isla gently touches the music box one final time, and it opens briefly to play just a few notes of its complex melody. The part where all four voices harmonize despite their differences, creating something beautiful from what could have been just discord. This story will stay with us, she says with quiet certainty, not just as something we learned about, but as something that changes how we approach our own friendships, our own mistakes, our own capacity for forgiveness. As they prepare to leave the library, they notice that their evening's discovery has had the same gentle influence on their surroundings as their previous encounter with ancient magic. Other students in the library seem more relaxed, more connected to each other. Conversations that might have been tense or competitive instead flow with understanding and compassion. Madame Pince approaches their table as they're gathering their things, and her expression shows that she's sensed the magical energy that has been flowing through this section of the library. "You found them?" she says simply, not asking, but confirming. The marauders' true memories. I wondered when they would choose to reveal themselves again. Elena looks up with surprise. "You knew they were there." The librarian's smile is gentle and knowing. "Some stories are too important to be left to official histories, my dear. The truth about love and friendship and the complexity of human hearts."
That kind of truth finds its own way to the people who need to understand it.
As they walk through the castle corridors toward their dormitories, the three friends carry with them not just the knowledge of what they've discovered, but the transformed understanding of what friendship really means. They've learned that love doesn't require perfection, that loyalty doesn't mean never questioning, and that forgiveness doesn't mean pretending harm never happened. Elena pauses at the entrance to Ravenclaw Tower, the collected memories safely tucked in her bag, but there,
Essence permanently etched in her heart.
"Thank you," she says to her friends, "for being willing to explore something so complex and painful. It would have been easier to stop when the story got difficult." Marcus, heading toward Hufflepuff House, nods with deep contentment. "The most important truths usually are difficult," he observes, "but that's what makes them worth discovering, and what makes sharing the discovery with friends so precious." Isla, whose path leads to Gryffindor Tower, gives each of her friends a warm embrace. "The marauders would be proud," she says softly. "We learned what they most wanted to teach, that real friendship is strong enough to hold space for the
Whole truth about each other, even when that truth is complicated and painful."
As they part ways for the night, each carrying their own piece of the evening's profound revelations, they feel a deep sense of completion balanced with anticipation. They've discovered that the most powerful magic isn't found in ancient spells or dramatic adventures, but in the daily choice to love each other through imperfection, fear, mistakes, and even betrayal. As the castle settles into the peaceful rhythm of another night, our three young scholars rest in their beds, but the wisdom they've gained continues to work its gentle influence throughout Hogwarts and beyond. Like ripples spreading across the Black Lake, the understanding they've discovered about love, forgiveness, and the complexity of human hearts touches other sleeping minds, inspiring dreams of reconciliation, healing, and deeper compassion. Elena dreams of letters being written and sent, of old hurts being acknowledged and gently released, of people finding the courage to be vulnerable with each other again. In her dream, she understands that forgiveness isn't about forgetting or excusing harm, but about choosing to see the whole person, their pain as well as their failures, their love as well as their fear. Marcus finds himself dreaming of stories being told truthfully of histories that include complexity rather than hiding it, of future generations learning that heroes and villains are often the same people at different moments, making different choices. He dreams of classrooms where students learn not just facts, but wisdom. Not just what happened, but what it means for how we should treat each other. Isla's dreams are filled with music, the complex, beautiful harmony that can emerge when people choose to include rather than exclude, to understand rather than condemn, to love through disappointment rather than abandon hope. She dreams of teaching her own children someday that the strongest relationships are not the ones that never face difficulties, but the ones that choose to grow stronger through difficulties. And throughout the castle, other students find their own dreams touched by this gentle influence. Old grudges seem less important, misunderstandings feel more forgivable, and the daily challenges of friendship and loyalty seem more manageable when viewed through the lens of compassion that the Marauder's true story provides. The magical memories rest peacefully in their new home in the restricted section, no longer hidden but waiting patiently for the next group of hearts ready to understand their profound message. They've fulfilled their purpose once again, passing along the hard-won wisdom that love is not defeated by betrayal, but transformed by it into something deeper and more resilient. As dawn approaches Hogwarts, painting the sky in soft pastels that reflect off the lake's gentle surface, the castle itself seems to breathe more easily. The magic that flows through its ancient stones has been reminded once again that its true purpose is not power or glory, but the eternal work of helping hearts learn to love each other well. Sweet dreams, my friends, and may your own heart be touched by the gentle magic of forgiveness and understanding that makes all love stronger.